Alright. Hello guys, how y'all doing? Um Sorry for the late upload. There's a lot of stuff going on today and I was kind of busy, so um there's a lot of stuff to talk about today. I really haven't been able to check what's going on with everything, but I heard a lot of big things were happening today, including uh, Donald Trump went to Japan yesterday, and he's meeting with the leaders uh, for some kind of meeting deal or something, and we've got a lot to discuss. I did a recording of me I did a recording of me playing a rematch between the Blue Jays and the Yankees for the ALDS and the Show 25, and I also did a video of me playing Twins versus Yankees for the championship. I swept the Jays, and I got them back to the championship series, and then we won the championship series yesterday, and now we're in the World Series, and I'm going to be doing I got my Elgato working again, so I should be able to start recording and doing footage again, better footage again soon, hopefully. And we have Yakuza and some other stuff that I uploaded for you guys can go check it out. And I did the video on the PS5 DualSense Edge controller unboxing and a bunch of other stuff. So Category 5 Hurricane Melissa hit Jamaica today, or is about to hit Jamaica for landfall. It's alive. It's they're talking about it, and there's a lot of discussion going on with all that. So we've got a lot of news to cover and stuff that I want to talk about, and yeah. So we're going to go over today's stuff. and we had a lot to go over. So, sorry, I just had company over here doing stuff in the house, and I couldn't record a minute ago, so I had to get on here kind of a lot later than usual. But yeah, so we're gonna watch the meeting between Trump and Japan today because I wanted to see what was going on with that and find out what's going on with Hurricane Melissa and the stuff going on over there. So let's see. Okay, it says Russia's new global range cruise missile, the M9730 Burevestnik. Putin says Russia has successfully tested the M9730 Burevestnik SSC-9 Skyfall, nuclear-powered, nuclear-capable intercontinental cruise missile with theoretical unlimited race range and the ability to evade all missile defenses. The missile flew for 15 hours, 4,000 kilometers. Sorry. The Burevestnik marks a major psychological and technological statement by Moscow and suggests that this could redefine all global deterrence systems. Putin claims it has no competition in the world. Alright. Says Russia's new global range cruise missile 9M739 Brezhnevik. The West gambles with escalation, however, Russia answers not with words but with physics. The Brezhnevik has flown. This is probably more than likely Russia's counter answer, and thing to possibly them sending Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine. This nuclear-powered missile flies with unlimited range. It flies around the world non-stop for months on end and is completely invisible to radar. And is thereby immune to interception or being shot down. Russia's message to the world: you cannot stop what you cannot see. On October 21st, this missile launched and flew over 4,000 kilometers, maneuvering for hours, slipping past every theoretical air defense envelope the West has ever designed. Putin called it what it is: a unique product that no one else in the world is capable of striking any target in the world at any distance. Single launch from Russia's soil can circle the globe indefinitely, causing its trajectory in real time by bypassing every radar arc and appearing over its target without any warning, undetectable. Altitude only 75 to 300 feet. Plugging the terrain totally unseen by any unknown radar system on Earth. Urban News says a short while Erdogan announced the signing with Britain of the executive arrangements related to the supply of Eurofighter Typhoon fighter jets to Turkey. This is a scandalous move by the UK, as London has signed a £8 billion deal to sell 20 brand new Eurofighter Typhoon fighter jets to Turkey. That means Turkey's gearing up for a war with Israel, and they're going to attack them soon. That, along with Iran and Syria and Hezbollah, are all gearing up for a big war on all fronts. And they're about to attack Israel very soon. Something's going to happen. Is gearing up for the Gog-Magog war. Ezekiel 38:39, because it said that Israel would be attacked when there was a time of peace. And they got a peace thing going on over in the Middle East now. Turkey is a country that violates Greek airspace daily and continues to occupy northern Cyprus. The USA and the UK are arming the Turks with the F-35 and Typhoon fighter jets. Do they not understand Islam and the coming Gog-Magog war that's coming? Everything is setting up for Bible prophecy. And there's riots and all sorts of stuff happening over EBT and SNAP and WIC. Running out with the government shutdown happening by November 1st. A lot of interesting stuff is going to happen in the next 2 months, including with Venezuela. Earlier today, Britain's Keir Starmer touched down in Ankara to talk business, the kind that flies at Mach 2. On the table, a deal for 40 Eurofighter Typhoons, part of Turkey's plan to rearm fast and close air power gap with Israel and its neighbors. The first dozen could come secondhand from Qatar and Oman. Let's call it fighter jet recycling NATO edition. For Starmer, it's about keeping Ankara, Turkey close to them as Erdogan flirts with Moscow and Washington in the same breath. For Erdogan, it's leverage, and he's cashing in big time. Diplomacy's gone supersonic, and everyone's selling wings. It means a lot of countries are gearing up for war, and they're about to attack Israel. Something's going to happen soon. U.S. is not going to go along with Turkey because it's going to break the ceasefire and cause a problem with this peace deal. But Moscow and Washington, Russia is definitely gearing up for something too with this missile. It looks like everyone's getting ready to go to war. And it's a multi-front war on all sides. While Israel is at a time of peace, there's an all-out attack launched on them. Washington, in the same breath, Turkey is getting 40 Eurofighter Typhoons, and you don't go and get those if you're not preparing and gearing up for a war with Israel or to do something very soon. And getting Eurofighter Typhoons from Qatar, from Qatar and Oman. This ceasefire deal is about to be broken, and they're about to go to war. Something's going to happen in the next month or two. Something big's about to happen. So it's a really good day. UK Prime Minister Starmer is proud to announce that Turkey is purchasing 20 Eurofighter Typhoon fighter jets. He says the phrase is a really good day. It's 4 times. The UK and Turkey are against Israel. I'm not sure I've ever seen Keir Starmer so excited except for the time when Keir Starmer, Emmanuel Macron, and German Chancellor Merz were caught on camera together May 11, 2025, getting ready to do the cocaine together at the table, and they were caught red-handed by the media. It's as if Keir Starmer knows that he's helping the Gog Magog coalition one way or another. He is. He's supplying Turkey and all them, getting ready to gear up for war with Israel. He wants to cause a war and them to attack Israel because he's against Israel. He let all this stuff happen on his watch in the UK too with Israel and certain things. So he's definitely against them. For a guy that's for digital ID and all this stuff in the future, he's definitely gearing up for that type of attack soon. He might not realize it yet, but the demon inside him sure does. He's definitely part of that war coming up, gearing up to happen.
A really good day for the United Kingdom, a really good day for jobs. So today we're signing a really big deal with Turkey for the provision of Typhoons, 20 Typhoons, £8 billion worth of work for the United Kingdom.
A really good day for a job, says the dude that introduced digital ID to the UK, where you couldn't work without a digital ID.
Parked up in Turkey, they've come across to mark the occasion. So a really good day for the United Kingdom, a really good day for jobs.
A really good day for jobs. Interesting. I'm still watching Iran as well. Yesterday, another Russian Ilyushin 76 heavy cargo plane landed in Iran. These aircrafts are used to transport military hardware and weapons, especially to Iran lately. Yeah, they're gearing up for a multi-front war very soon. There's the Ezekiel 38-39 war coming very soon. And they're all about to come against Israel. Which this could happen in the next month or two. Including with Iran. So it's just like it's Iran, Hezbollah, Syria, Turkey, And something could happen with Russia too, because it looks like Russia's gearing up for something happening too. Russia might join sides with Turkey, because I think Turkey is allies with Russia. You have the alliance that they have. You have China, Russia, Turkey, and a bunch of others. So it's from War Intel on X, Israeli PFM Gideon Sar states Israel's permission on the Turkish army's possible role in Gaza via the International Stabilization Force. Countries that want to send armed forces should be fair to Israel. They shouldn't be hostile to Israel. Turkey, led by Erdogan, has taken a hostile approach, not only in words, but in diplomatic and economic actions. It's not reasonable for Israel to let their forces enter Gaza, and we told this to our American friends. Israel won't allow Turkey to enter Gaza, as they have supported Hamas for years. These are the same people that want to destroy Israel too, so they're not going to agree that there's no way they're going to have a Turkish stabilization force in Gaza. It says planned international stabilization force for Gaza expected to include troops from Indonesia, Pakistan, and Azerbaijan. Israel says it will veto any forces it deems to be unacceptable, aka the countries that are being hostile to Israel's best interest currently. So Indonesia, Pakistan, Azerbaijan, Syria, Turkey, Hezbollah, and Iran. These are probably all the countries that are going to come up against Israel when they're in a time of peace. That's going to lead to all those countries being destroyed, because Israel's going to be on their own and alone. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Israel strikes in Gaza during the ceasefire. Israel has not given up on its right to self-defense, and all the mediators agree on that. Israel's right to defend itself is a non-negotiable and should be a basic truth, you'd think, these days.
Talking about the strike against the Palestinian Jihad individuals. Yeah, look, Israel didn't surrender its right to self-defense. Obviously, the ceasefire is based on obligations on both sides. By the way, we'd also like to see Hamas speed up the return of hostage bodies. We still have 13 hostages, 2 Americans included. But we don't view that as a violation of the ceasefire. They have a right, there's an imminent threat to Israel, and all the mediators agree with that.
Let's see. All eyes continue to be on Venezuela as well. It says U.S. Senator Rick Scott warned that something will happen soon in Venezuela. An internal or external event. He said President Maduro should go to Russia or China right now because his days are numbered. Does this mean that Maduro will lose power or be removed from office soon? Or something much big? There's definitely something big coming over there. In a month or so soon. A lot of big stuff gearing up to happen in the next 2 months. Says I'm watching Venezuela, and I'm wondering if this is just one posturing in theater, or 2 a distraction, or 3 an actual war that will kick off between USA and Venezuela. U.S. Air Force B-18 Lancer long-range heavy bombers from Grand Forks, Notre Dame, with the 34th Bomb Squadron earlier today. Grand Forks, North Dakota, I think so. Earlier today, we're tracing the coast of Venezuela over the southern Caribbean, less than 50 miles from the Venezuelan capital, Caracas. At several points, the B bombers likely came within only a few short miles of Venezuela's national airspace. They're definitely gearing up for something to happen over there in the next month or 2. It says keep an eye out for more anomalies in the sky. As we get closer to the end, it's bright, slow-moving meteor lit up in green and white and wasn't lighting up skies over Moscow, Russia. Tonight, the green meteor flew over Moscow and Ukraine's drone barrage. In ancient medieval Europe, this was viewed as an omen of annihilation for the people of a nation. For the people or nation, then a meteor flies over. Yeah, that's pretty interesting, man. Oops, I didn't have it up. Alright. President Trump, mass deportations will continue to move full steam ahead through the government shutdown. DHS contingency plan places more than 19K of the roughly 21K employees who are working through the shutdown. So this is just the beginning. It says one of the 9 feathers is broken off, leaving 8 or 4 black and 4 white, showcasing duality. The powers that be are preparing for way more than just immigrants. This is the beginning of the plan to bringing in the police state one step at a time. This while watching all of the vast beast system being implemented and put into place all at the same time. Just a powerful 6.2 magnitude earthquake struck Balıkesir, Turkey, west off the capital of Ankara. West off the capital of Ankara, Turkey. Better be careful in rhetoric and threats against Israel. Exactly. It's kind of interesting how an earthquake hits Turkey right when they're saying they're going to plan an attack to come and invade Israel. God knows their way of speaking to a nation one way or another. That means he's warning Turkey, do not go after Israel, do not plan this. It will be bad for you. You will get destroyed. Major damage being reported in Turkey after the magnitude 6.1 to 6.2 that rattled the region. Some buildings appear to be reduced to rubble in Balıkesir, Turkey. I'm still looking for an 8.0 plus magnitude to hit somewhere in the world soon, alongside with a possible 6.5 plus in Southern California. Soon this earth could be shaking like a drunkard. In Isaiah 24:20, the Bible tells us the earth reels to and fro like a drunkard. The word for reeling in Hebrew means to stagger. It can also mean to quiver, totter, reel, wander, move, sift, wave, weaver, tremble, to be unstable, to make a move, to shake, etc.
Çıkmış bir yüzeyin yırtılması. Beşik deprem olursa 3 kilometre çapında yani 10 kilometre bir yüzeyin yırtılması. Altın deprem ise 10 kilometre
Oh yeah, wow, that's a lot of damage.
6,5 yüzeyin deprem.
It says AI growth. Bubba says AI growth continues to explode, especially in the USA. The US now has 5,426 data centers, more than all other major countries combined. The US now has 10 times more data collection centers than Germany. The country with the second with the highest number of data collection centers, and there are 40 billion worth of U.S. data centers currently under construction. This is up plus 400% since 2022. This is how and what things that are reshaping the global economy, feeding the beast system with human information, aka AI, that is insatiable always seeking new data alive to keep it going. Syria demands return to the Golan Heights amid Arab pressure. Syria, backed by Turkey and several other Arab states, has launched a broad diplomatic campaign to gain international recognition of its sovereignty over the Golan Heights. Officials in Jerusalem made clear Israel will not give up a single centimeter of the Golan. Keeping an eye on the Syrian border with Israel regarding the Golan Heights, a Syrian initiative to take back the Golan Heights is being pushed by Turkey to get President al-Sharaa to go along and threaten Israel. This is part of Turkey's quiet confrontation with Israel over influence in Syria. Syria could soon start launching chemical weapons into the northern two-thirds of Israel if Turkey continues to apply pressure on Jelani. Israel supports the Druze population directly, and the Kurds partially. Both groups are opposed to the Jelani regime, while Turkey continues to support the Sunni Islamist government of Jelani. An Israeli official stressed that Israel has no intention of conceding even centimeter to the Golan Heights, nor of reducing its military presence in Syrian territory, so long as it is necessary for Israel's security. The diplomatic source suggested that Syria's campaign is meant to accelerate the sluggish security negotiations with Israel, which have yet to yield results. It says there will be an all-out assault in the last days or the end times to steal Israel's wealth, or to steal what Israel has and to take it back. So the Golan Heights could be the start of it all. It's to steal it. It's to try to take it back after they end up, getting all that land and all that stuff. Even though Israel is God's land and Israel has the right to all that stuff, but they're going to try to take it. It says there'll be an all-out attack launched by either Russia or Turkey, Gog Magog, to steal what Israel already has, or to take it back. The Golan Heights probably very well could be the beginning of it. See. Says brace for impact. EBT's food stamp recipients organizing a mass theft event against Walmart around the country. U.S. food banks brace for surge as shutdown threatens benefits. Food banks are bracing for impact. Food banks have already seen record demand in recent years as food prices, inflation, and the long tail of the COVID-19 pandemic strained household budgets. More than 50 million people received food from food banks, partners, and other charitable sources in 2023. Compared to roughly 40 million in 2019. According to Feed America National Food Bank Network, these lines at food banks are going to get much longer. We're just bracing ourselves for the impact, Anelia said. EBT SNAP Section 8 debt crisis, Hurricane Melissa. Prophecy alert says UFC fighter Bryce Mitchell rescind his support for Trump, suggests he's a biblical antichrist. He predicts the mark of the beast is coming in 42 months. If you're a Christian, I want you to get into Revelation 13:3, and I want you to read that verse about the Antichrist, about the one that was fatally wounded in the head, then he miraculously healed, and the whole world marveled at him, and said, "No man can make war with him." Yeah, I don't think Donald Trump is that beast of Revelation 13:3. As we've been warning, the Antichrist has already been revealed, and you'll be seeing many more testimonies like this expressing regret and remorse for supporting Trump. It's getting fairly obvious who he is. Trump supporters, it's time to repent and turn to God. Judgment has now come to the house of God. Let's see what this is. It says Bryce Mitchell, known for his outspoken support of the MAGA movement, has done just that, announcing he is not with Donald Trump no more. The sudden reversal has opened a Pandora's box, linking Mitchell's biblical fears to a wider growing theory about the end times, political power, and the man center of it all. Why Bryce Mitchell believes Donald Trump is a beast. I'm not with Donald Trump no more. Mitchell declared in a video posted to Instagram, "I don't support him. I don't like him. I think he's a corrupt leader." His reasoning stems from a mix of informal political grievances and dark prophecy. The UFC star shared, "The first thing for me is that he didn't release the Epstein files. They're even acting like they didn't exist. And of course they're sending Israel and Ukraine all of our tax dollars, just like the numb nuts before it, Joe Biden did, and now he's blaming the beef farmers for the price of beef." But Mitchell's brag goes far beyond policy. He directed his followers to the New Testament. He said, "If you're a Christian, I want you to get into Revelation 13:3. I want you to read the verse about the Antichrist, about the one that was fatally wounded in the head, and then he was miraculously healed, and the whole world marveled at him, and said, 'No man can make war with him.'" Yeah, I do think Donald Trump is a beast of Revelation 13:3. He's concluded, "I'm totally done with the dude. He's done to me. He's a goner. He's compromised. He's right up there with the rest of the pedophiles, man." Mitchell also predicted the mark of the beast is coming in 42 months. The beast of the sea, how Donald fits the prophecy. Mitchell striking an accusation while shocking from a former supporter is not an isolated idea. It taps directly into a detailed analysis such as one titled "The Beast of the Apocalypse," a modern reckoning by Econ Tessalum, which examines the figures of Donald Trump and Elon Musk through the lens of Revelation 13. This perspective argues that Trump mirrors the beast of the sea, a leader given immense authority, deceiving nations and demanding worship. The analysis points to Trump's near mythological status among his followers as evidence. I mean, he's definitely going around making a ton of peace deals. He's trying to end all these wars and do all this stuff, and he's trying to promise peace, but at the same time, looks like wars gearing up across certain places. His uncanny ability to survive career any scandals and prosecutions. His persistent allure as a chosen one directly parallels the beast that receives a deadly wound yet lives on. Revelation 13:3. The exact verse Mitchell cited. The essay argues that Trump states Trump stands not merely as a political figure, but a symbol of a dangerous populist cult. Beyond politics, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the mark of the beast says its modern interpretation of prophecy does not stop at Donald Trump. The analysis posted that Revelation 13 describes two beasts. Trump is the political beast of the seed, and tech mogul Elon Musk represents the beast of the earth, or the false prophet. This second beast wields power through control over economic systems and technology. This theory connects Musk's ambitious projects like Neuralink, AI governance, and the integration of global communications and finance via platforms such as X and Starlink, to the prophecy that must bear a mark without which none may buy or sell, Revelation 13, 16 through 17. It talks about how there's a global or a leader that will promise to bring peace to the world, but, his true intentions are war and destruction and, and to control the world through means of global power. He will come in as a peacemaker and will promise peace to all these countries and all the world, but then later on he will break that peace and will sit in the temple and reign and promise himself and present himself as God, and he will go after all the people and the believers and the Jews, and he will process. So he will persecute and will cause everybody, rich and poor, free and slave, to worship him and to receive a mark on their right hand or forehead. The digital ID is already happening in countries like China, the United Kingdom, and there was another one. They want to roll out. I was watching End Times. I was watching Now the End Begins, and they want to roll out digital ID in 26 countries by February 2026. They do. Not to mention they want to establish a National Guard force in 2026. I don't think he's the beast. I don't think that he's the Antichrist. I think that that's his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. But he could be. Donald's definitely ticking a lot of boxes. I will give him that, and he's definitely doing this thing where he's going to these countries promising peace to end these wars and to stop all this stuff. So, and so far it's working, but I don't think it's going to hold up. I really honestly do not think this whole peace stuff is going to hold up. And eventually war's going to break out. War's going to break out on all fronts. And possibly maybe even Russia. But, yeah. And not to mention, it also looks like there's an all-out attack coming toward Israel in the next month or two. So, we're about to have war. While there's peace, where there's Trump and all these individuals promising peace, they're talking about peace. It looks like war's breaking out on a lot of places, right? So I just don't see this guy's peace plan holding up. But he's talking about how he ended 8 wars and all this stuff, and he has one more left, which is Indonesia and Pakistan, and he's trying to end the Russia-Ukraine war and all that, and he's putting sanctions on Russia to bring Putin to the table to end the Russia-Ukraine war, and he's making a lot of peace deals, that's for sure. And he wants to get Saudi Arabia to join the Abraham Accords in November when he meets with President Mohammed, when he meets with Mohammed bin Salman and all these individuals. I don't know about y'all, but I do seriously believe we are living in the biblical end times and the last days. We are, definitely. Trump's just doing things that make me wonder, because he's going in there promising peace to several countries and to make all these deals. Not to mention he wants these countries to join the Abraham Accords, which then is going to expand into the Abraham Alliance, which then very well could in the future be confirmed by the Antichrist for the covenant with many. And then the rebuilding of the third temple, which that happens, the rapture occurs before them. The rapture happens before them, but all this stuff is happening and falling into place. All these things, biblical prophecy and biblical concepts is happening right in front of our eyes. All this stuff is real. And it's unfolding, including with digital ID and the beast system. All this stuff is unfolding right in front of us, including with the National Guard going in all these countries, all these cities, and stuff. So, we're definitely living in that time period and gearing up toward the mark of the beast, and everything. I don't know, but we're definitely living in that time period, and everything. And it's been rumors that Trump there's a rumor that once the Abraham Accords are confirmed with the covenant with many, they'll start rebuilding the third temple. And Trump very well could be behind the rebuilding of the third temple, and everything. But so it's fascinating to live in these times. We live in some very interesting times, man. It's fascinating to live in these times and to live in this type of thing where we're seeing the plan unfold that was in Revelation and the end times. We're seeing the plan unfold that was in Revelation, that was in a certain time periods and certain things, but we're seeing all these events unfold, including in Israel and in the world. It's very interesting, and
Would you please add?
there's so much talk of peace, and Trump being the peace president, that a lot of people, they do think he's the beast. I don't think he's the beast. I think he's setting up stuff for the coming plan with the covenant with many. I think he is a part of it. But I think his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is the future Antichrist. I think the Antichrist or the beast, I think he has to be Jewish. I really do. It's a possibility that Trump's a false prophet, maybe, and Jared's the Antichrist, because they're working together with this peace deal in the Middle East. And you got all these people, including Steve Witkoff, and and Ron Dahmer and all these individuals with the Gaza after plan, and they want a board of peace, and so there's a lot of interesting stuff there. We're definitely living in biblical end time prophecy. I really do believe that, especially with the hurricanes and the earthquakes, volcanoes. I've never seen anything like I have this year.
I usually get you fettuccine Alfredo with chicken.
What are All right. Yeah. So I don't think he is, but a lot of people believe that. I don't. But yes, a lot of people point to Revelation 13:3 as him getting the head wound, and the bullet hitting his ear back on July 13th as him being the prophesied beast. But it says he will receive a fatal wound. A wound that will almost kill him. But then he will end up coming back. That wasn't really fatal. So, I don't think so. Not saying something could happen in the future. But I don't think so. I definitely think he is setting things up for the Antichrist. But a lot of people don't actually know. They don't really do their fair share of research. So they don't actually know that. They don't know that Jared Kushner's behind a lot of this stuff. And that he was the one that, signed the Abraham Accords into the fray back in 2020. And now it's just working on setting up deals, setting up these countries to join the Abraham Accords, to expand into the Abraham Alliance, to eventually come to a point where the covenant is confirmed in the future. And I think the covenant is the Abraham Accords. Abraham Accords is a covenant with many, but it's being set up, but it's not there yet. But it's definitely being put out there. You still have to have Solomon, the meeting between Trump and Mohammed bin Salman with Saudi Arabia, saying he wants them to join the Abraham Accords, and you have that meeting in December. So I don't think we're there yet, but we're getting there. And we still have to have these wars. Psalms 83, Ezekiel 38 and 39, Gog and Magog. Some of these things still have to happen, and also there is war that has to break out, because there's a thing that happens where there's peace and safety, and then sudden destruction. Also, there's a Jeremiah 49 prophecy where the Elam's bow has to be broken, and it hasn't been broken yet. They're going to go back in there and they're going to strike Iran. They said there could be another war with Iran that could happen by December. So these things have to happen first. And hurricanes and volcanoes, earthquakes, all these have to lead up to what's coming with the birth pains. So yeah, I don't think so. I don't believe so. But Trump does tick a lot of boxes, but I don't think he's the Antichrist. I don't think he's the future Antichrist and the beast. I don't. We have yet to see the third temple rebuild, and maybe when the third temple they start to talk about rebuilding the third temple, maybe in the future, maybe that might change my mind. If Trump's the one behind rebuilding the third temple, then maybe we'll probably know. But I don't think we're going to be here to see that. I think the rapture will occur before then. But there has to be a third temple rebuilt before we can really know. And the covenant has to be confirmed. The Antichrist has to confirm the covenant with many first, and the covenant with many has not been confirmed yet. There hasn't been a 7-year covenant signed into the fray yet. We haven't heard anything about a 7-year deal being put into place. All we've heard about is a ceasefire in Gaza and this Gaza peace plan. This Gaza peace plan is 20-point Gaza peace plan and a ceasefire. And talks about peace deals and trying to end wars, including with Ukraine, but there hasn't, as far as I know of, I have yet to see anything about a covenant with many signed into fray for 7 years. That has to happen. That has not happened yet. And I'm sure it will be a big thing. I'm sure Fox News will broadcast that, or it will be talked about on the news, probably, maybe, I'm not sure. But it will be talked about if it actually occurs. Probably more than likely. If he's the one behind it. But there hasn't been the covenant with many confirmed yet. Because the many nations have not actually... The many nations that are supposed to be behind this covenant for 7 years have yet to join the Abraham Accords. They have to join the Abraham Accords first, and they have to get involved. They have to be involved with it before the covenant can be confirmed with the many. And the many have to sign on to the Accords, which they have not yet. So we still have a lot of things to happen before the end. It's not the end yet. The covenant with many, the Accords, the Abraham Accords they have to sign on to the Accords. And so they're working on trying to get these countries to join the Abraham Accords, which I think Malaysia, Japan, China are all part of the Accords. I think they're trying to get them to join the Accords too, along with Saudi Arabia and, because Trump did say, and I'm not saying that he is the beast, and I'm not saying he's Antichrist, but he did say, once Saudi Arabia joins the Abraham Accords, everyone else will. Which you're supposed to try to get them to join the Abraham Accords in November when he meets with Mohammed bin Salman on November 17th through the 19th, which is in about a month. So he's going to meet with Salman in November, and then he's going to sign some kind of agreement in December. That very well could be a covenant with many. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that he is. I'm not saying that he is or he isn't. I haven't ruled it out, but there's definitely a lot of things that still have to happen. We're living in the biblical end times, last days prophecies, but these things still have to happen. And war's going to break out before there's peace. But he has a point. My dude has a point, but I'm not saying 100% that Trump is the beast. A lot of people believe, he's the beast and Elon's a false prophet. I don't. With Elon's Neuralink and all that stuff that's going on, in Project Stargate and all these other things and these data centers and this stuff, and Trump sending the National Guard into these cities, preparing the world for, Mark of the Beast and stuff like that, digital ID and all those things. I'm not saying that's not true, but there still has to be these things that have to happen. And I think it's more likely that Trump may be the false prophet and Jared Kushner might be the Antichrist, because his son-in-law is behind a lot of stuff, including what's going on with Gaza. You just have to kind of look into it more. He's behind a lot of it. Jared Corey Kushner, the dude that is married to his daughter Ivanka Trump, he's behind a lot of what's going on in the Middle East, including with Benjamin Netanyahu. They're buddies. Benjamin Netanyahu knows Jared Kushner really well. So you really have to pay attention and keep an eye on Jared Kushner, because, he's doing a lot of things to make you wonder. But it's a possibility Trump could be behind, Trump could be, Donald Trump could be, a part of the plan to bring about the Abraham Accords and the covenant with many. But I don't think he's the beast. I don't think he's going to be the one that's going to confirm it. But he did get a lot of countries to join in on the ceasefire in Sharm el Sheikh, Egypt, back on, I think, October 13th was when it happened. And something's going to happen. But I'm not saying that he's a beast or he isn't the beast. He's a beast or he isn't the beast or he isn't the Antichrist. But he is or isn't. I'm 50-50 on it with what he's doing. But it's not like I say probably that he is. I think there still has to be things that happen. I think he could more than likely be the false prophet, personally. Because he's setting up all these things for the future covenant with many and the Abraham Accords, and he's going along with a lot of the plan that his son-in-law Jared Kushner is doing. And Kushner's behind a lot of this. And I think Jared Kushner very well be the one that might confirm the covenant, because if you go and you watch these channels that do a lot of research, it comes to, and a lot of them are backed by biblical prophecy and end time discussion and understanding. A lot of these channels, a lot of these Christian channels, and they're really good. Channels like Grace for Purpose, and I think it's Mark, Lion of Judah, and all these. They're really good for helping you understand. You have and stuff like this. They do a lot of research, but they back it up with biblical context and text and stuff from certain things like Revelation and stuff. And a lot of them believe that Jared Kushner, a lot of them have a lot of evidence to prove Jared Kushner is behind a lot of this, and he is the future Antichrist, maybe. And he's a Jew, so that plays a big factor in it. I'm not saying that's the case, but makes you wonder, and everything. He definitely has a lot of, Jared Kushner definitely has a lot of evidence to back up what he does and where he is, and how he knows all these leaders and people, including Netanyahu, and he knows all these things in Israel and the Middle East, and he's behind a lot of it, including he gave a speech to the families of the hostages and stuff, and he was talking about it. So Tony Blair, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, all these people, the U.S. is definitely behind this Gaza peace plan, but I think Jared Kushner's behind a lot of it. But you see, a lot of videos back up the theory of Jared Kushner more than Donald Trump, because it just doesn't. Trump's plan and what he's doing just doesn't fit what's happening, and it's probably going to break. But see, the thing is, Kushner just makes more sense because he hides in the shadows and you don't really know a lot about him. But he's behind a lot of this. He's just kind of interesting person to me, kind of interesting fellow of a person, of an interesting dude. But he's really shady to me personally, so it just makes me wonder. But he presented the Abraham Accords plan to Trump in his first term back in 2020. And now he's just trying to expand the Accords now that it's been signed back in 2020. Now the plan is to expand the Accords and to get these countries to join, which then expands the Accords into the Abraham Alliance, which then probably in the future someone will come out of the shadows and confirm the covenant with many for 7 years. Whether it be Jared Kushner or someone else, they will confirm that covenant with many for 7 years, 1 week, which is 7 years, in the future. Eventually. Once these many countries join the Accords. But yeah, something shady about Kushner that I can't put my finger on, but I wonder about him. and stuff. But there's a lot of talk about Jared Kushner from several biblical believing sources and channels and certain things. And certain people who believe the Bible, they have their theories on Kushner. He's definitely very, very close with Trump, and it makes you wonder. I mean, I know he's a son-in-law and isn't married to Ivanka, but Jared's just kind of very interesting person to me. He was a very interesting person to me in the 2016 election when I read about him. When I read about Jared Kushner and how he had a lot of influence in Donald Trump's first term, is how Donald Trump got elected in 2016. Jared Kushner was behind a lot of the theories of Trump getting elected in 2016. But Jared Kushner was behind the 2016 election and a lot of stuff. He was also behind. Jared was also behind the theory of talking with Trump and getting him to move the U.S. Assembly to Jerusalem. So, and the Abraham Accords. So yeah, you gotta really pay close attention to Jared Kushner. I'm not saying what Trump is doing I necessarily agree with completely, but I have my theory on Kushner. Let me see what this guy has to say. I'm interested to know.
Hey, I want to let y'all know I'm not with Donald Trump no more. I don't support him. I don't like him. I think he's a corrupted leader. And yeah, it took me a while to come to that conclusion, but I finally am coming to it. I do not like the guy at all. The first thing for me was he didn't release the Epstein files. They're even acting like they didn't exist. And then, of course, they're sending Israel and Ukraine all of our tax dollars. Just like the numbnuts before him did. Putting America last. And now he's blaming the beef farmers for the price of beef. Hey, I'm not biased, man. He talked a good game. He tricked me. I was fooled. I admit it. Okay, now let me tell you how bad I think this is, though. This is really this bad, guys. I want y'all, if you're a Christian, I want you to get into Revelation 13:3. And I want you to read that verse. Yeah, about the Antichrist, about the one who was fatally wounded in the head. Then he was miraculously healed, and the whole world marveled at him and said no man can make war with him. Yeah, I do think that Donald Trump is that beast of Revelation 13:3. Yeah, go read it. Go read it. There ain't another man that's ever walked the planet that fits Revelation 13:3. Then read the rest of the chapter, and it'll tell you the mark of the beast is coming in 42 months. Now, I'm not saying that I know that Donald Trump is this man of Revelation 13:3. I'm just saying he's the only one who could be right now. Go read Revelation 13. He's the only man that fits that description. Yeah, and I'm totally done with the dude. He's done to me. He's done. He's a goner. He's compromised. He's right up there with the rest of the pedophiles, man. And it sucks to say that because I supported him for a long time, but he's a good actor. And he had me fooled for a long, long time. God bless y'all and thank you.
I don't agree with everything he does, definitely, no. But I don't think that he's, I don't think he's perdition. I don't. I think it's more likely his son-in-law's perdition, and he's behind a lot of what's going on, but no. No, I don't think Jared Kushner, I don't think Donald John Trump, I don't think he's a son of perdition. I don't think he's, the Antichrist. I don't think he's a beast. I don't. For a lot of reasons. One, he does not deny Christ, and denounce it. And two, he's not the beast because there's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of things that the beast does that that Trump does not do. Now, he has some characteristics of an antichrist, but he's not the antichrist. He has antichrist behavior, but he's not the antichrist. And what happened to him wasn't fatal. It barely hit his ear. Maybe you could say that, yeah, it could have been fatal if he didn't turn his head, but, you know, in a sense, no. I don't think he's a beast. I don't. And I can give you a lot of reasons why he's not the beast, because he just doesn't fit. He just doesn't fit that thing to me personally. Yet. Not to mention, I just don't really. The biggest one of them all with Trump is he's hated by a lot of people, and it says Antichrist will be loved by all. Everyone will love him and follow after him, worship him, and they will really like him and be a fan of him. There's a lot of people out there that love Kushner. There's a lot of leaders that love Kushner. Jared Netanyahu likes Jared Kushner. There's a lot of countries that are big on Jared Kushner, and Kushner has a lot of connections with people, including in the Middle East and Saudi Arabia and other places. Not to mention he has Kushner Companies, which is a big company that's made that he has managed to be involved with a lot of people in that company in the Middle East. Jared's liked by a lot of people, including in certain countries. He has a lot of world leaders in his back pocket. So, you know, there's not like... That doesn't work. But you could say because Trump is making all these peace deals and he's making all these deals with peace and he's doing trade deals in the Middle East and he's doing all this stuff, now everybody likes him all of a sudden. Everybody likes him all of a sudden because he managed to broker a peace deal in the Middle East that hasn't been done for 3,000 years, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the whole world will love Trump, because they don't. You see all these protests. He says the world will wander after the beast and will like him, and everybody will love this dude. The whole world will love this dude. They will want to follow after him and worship him and think that he's literally God. And I'm not saying that there are people out there that don't think Trump is a messianic figure. There are people that do. And MAGA sure does. But there's a lot of people that hate Trump. He has a lot of enemies. It says this figure will be loved by everyone. The whole world, practically. Does the whole world love Trump? I don't think so. Iran definitely hates America. Turkey hates America. But just because Trump can get certain countries to join the Abraham Accords and to like him, including, let's just say, he managed to sign a peace deal in Malaysia a couple of days ago with Indonesia, with Thailand and Cambodia, doesn't necessarily mean that he is a future Antichrist beast in Revelation. It doesn't mean that. Because there's a lot of people out there that hate Donald Trump. But if you go to Jared Kushner on the other hand, a lot of people like Jared. And they're a fan of him. And they like him. And they like meeting with him. Jared has a lot of world leaders and people and countries and certain things in his back pocket. There's a lot of people out there that like Jared. Jared has a big relationship with Netanyahu. And it makes you wonder, Jared's kind of loved by a lot of people. Donald Trump, on the other hand, he's not liked by very many people. Which could make him technically the false prophet, if you look at it, maybe. And Jared Kushner, the future Antichrist. But Jared's definitely has all the traits to be the future world leader, the future Antichrist. He's young, he has a lot of traits, and he's definitely up there and with the real estate tycoons and moguls and world leaders and countries and all these individuals. He definitely is liked by a lot of people. Israel loves Jared Kushner after he managed to broker the hostage peace deal to get the he brokered the hostage. He set up the hostage peace deal thing with all these countries that met with these leaders and did this stuff that put this plan into fray that happened in Egypt. To get the hostages back and the living hostages back and the people for the individuals from Hamas, and everything, and then that was signed into the fray on October 13th. But Trump wasn't the one that set all that up. It was Jared Kushner who did that. He just was a part of the plan to bring that about. But I think Jared and Trump are working very closely together to make this plan happen, including with the Accords. So, to me, I don't think it's Elon, because Elon hasn't wanted anything to do with Donald Trump since they broke up back in June, I think. Hell, I don't remember when he left the White House. He went back to Elon went back to working in his companies with Tesla. So I don't know, but I don't think that Elon wanted nothing to do with Trump after the big beautiful bill and all that stuff that happened, and they had like a falling out. So I do not think that Elon's the false prophet. I think it's more than likely that you have to look at it really more closely with Kushner and Trump. Kushner and Trump seem more likely the duo that will probably bring about this than Elon and Trump. Jared Kushner and Trump seem to me like they fit the bill for the dynamic duo that will bring about this plan. And Jared could be the future Antichrist. But he fits the role and the agenda and the traits and all the stuff that goes along with the Bible and the characteristics. Jared fits a lot of that. It makes me believe that he is the Antichrist and Trump could be the false prophet. I'm not saying that's the case, but it's definitely making it look like him. He definitely has the role in the Trump family to fit that perspective. He does, and it makes me think so. But Jared Kushner has a role in the Trump cabinet that not many people know about. He's not necessarily a member of the Trump administration, but he's doing stuff behind the scenes that make people wonder, what is he up to? And he's hiding in the shadows. He's definitely involved, but he's not really a part of the administration. He said he wanted a role outside of the administration. He just wanted to kind of stay out of the spotlight and keep in the shadows and do things behind the scenes, but he's not really a part of the administration. Jared played a big role in the first Trump administration, and he was a big part of it, but in the second administration, he's not really involved with a lot of it. He's doing stuff behind the scenes, but he's not a part of the Trump administration this time around. He wanted a role somewhere else. He wanted out of the role. But you got to really look at, man, Jared has a lot of key factors that make you wonder. And he's definitely up there as a potential person for the future that could be there. That he would play a big role in, carrying on the future stuff after Trump. Jared would be that guy that would come in and confirm the covenant, and he would be that world leader. So it's a possibility that he's a false prophet. That Trump's a false prophet. The head wound that Trump got on July 13th that hit his ear, I very well think it could possibly be the false prophet. He could be the false prophet, but I don't think he's an Antichrist. I don't. Even though Israel's saying that Israel's saying there's a possibility Trump is like Cyrus from the Bible, and their Messiah. So I don't know. Israel's saying he's like their Messiah. So it's something's pretty interesting, but I don't think so. And everything. Said there would be two beasts, a beast from the sea and a beast from the earth. The beast from the sea, more than likely, I think could be Trump, but I just don't think he's. I think he's the false prophet. Compared to Trump's first term, his second term, he's doing things that are different this time around. He's a different type of person and president and leader. He's different than he used to be, which makes me believe that he's more likely to be the false prophet than the Antichrist. He's the false prophet, the beast of the earth, the beast of the sea. No, actually no. I think he's more likely the beast of the earth. And Jared Kushner's the beast of the sea. It says this beast comes from out of nowhere, and he dethrones 3 leaders, and he manages to put himself on the world stage. And he comes into the fray to fix everything. It promises peace. Even though Donald Trump is doing stuff where he's promising certain countries and world leaders peace. That is something to think about. But it makes you wonder. Trump has a lot of authority over the earth. He has a lot of authority over stuff right now as president. So I think he's more than likely to be the beast of the earth. And Jared's the beast of the sea. Jared came out of nowhere. Jared came out of nowhere to do what he does now, including in the first Trump administration and with the Abraham Accords. So he's more likely to be the beast from the sea. And the beast from the sea comes out of a place where you're supposed to do something. He comes out of nowhere in a perspective. But the beast from the sea comes at a time when the world is asking for peace. And Jared Kushner fits that role. So, if you want my opinion on the subject of Revelation 13:3 and everything, so it's like I've actually studied end time prophecy and biblical stuff. I've studied and I read books and I've learned about the different things that are supposed to happen. Jeremiah 49, the Bow of Balaam, and I read Ezekiel 38:39, and I read Psalms 83. And I've also watched a lot of the Left Behind movies, so I kind of have an idea, prophetically. I have an idea prophetically, like, what's going to happen before the end, what's going to happen in the end times, right? And I believe we are living in it. But see, when it comes down to it, because they've already introduced the market, they've already introduced digital ID in other countries. But I believe that, from what I've studied, Jared Kushner and Donald Trump fit the likely duo of the Bible, of the biblical revelation duo that's supposed to happen in the end times. He could be the false prophet, and Jared could probably be the Antichrist. So, what I'm trying to say is that, in my personal opinion, from what I've studied, Jared Kushner's behind a lot of this stuff. And I've studied biblical end time prophecy, and I've read, and I've tried to learn, and I've been keeping a very close eye on Jared Kushner. I've been keeping a very close eye on Donald Trump's son-in-law, because he's involved in a lot of this stuff, including in the Middle East and this peace plan deal. Jared Kushner is behind a lot of what's happening right now, when you look at it. So that's my opinion, of course. But Jared fits the role for a future world leader, because he has all those traits. He's charismatic, he's smart, he's intelligent, he's very good at leaders. A lot of people love him. and he's very well known amongst a lot of people. And Jared also fits the role for him being a person that's going to unite the world together, to unite all the religions together, Muslim, Jewish, and Christian religions all together, and everything for one world perspective, one world leader, religion thing, and everything. Not to mention the military and other stuff like that. So I think there could be a lot of stuff behind that. But Jared seems to know a lot about the different religions because he talked about it in the 2017 speech he gave when they moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. So you got to look at it like this. He's behind a lot of that. And it makes a lot of sense. It just makes so much sense that, when you look at him, he fits the idea. I definitely think he's a part of that. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop my theory and opinion on Jared Kushner until he stops doing what he's doing. But I'm not going to stop my looking into this dude and paying attention to him. I'm paying attention to him very closely and what's going to happen with Gaza and stuff in the next couple of months. But I'm not going to stop paying attention to this dude because he's so close with the Trump family. It makes me wonder. But I really do believe that they are the I really do believe that they are the beasts of Revelation. Trump is the beast of the earth. Jared's the beast of the sea. So it does make me think. They're working so closely together, and Jared has a lot of connections with Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel. So you got to really look at it. Makes perfect sense. It really does. And until he gives me a reason not to pay attention to him anymore, I'm going to keep having a lot of interesting theories on Jared Corey Kushner.
Let's have the resource. Well, just come on up here. Let's see if we can find it.
Trump's son-in-law that is married to Ivanka Trump. So that's just my opinion. Trump's not the beast. He's more likely supposed to be the false prophet, because he's definitely behind the plan. He's definitely behind all this stuff, setting up the plan for what's coming. Just pay attention to him and hear him just talk about peace and all sorts of stuff, ending wars and doing all this stuff that he's doing, and it makes you wonder. He's definitely setting up the plan to get these countries to join the Abraham Accords so that they can expand into the alliance, so in the future they can confirm a covenant with many. In the covenant, that there can be a covenant with many confirmed, and the rebuilding of the third temple. But they're definitely putting this plan into place. They're building it. They're building it together. And Jared, I guarantee you, is behind a lot of the feedback that he's giving Trump and telling Trump what to do with these countries. I guarantee you, Jared's probably his insight. So, I guarantee you, they probably meet privately in the White House and discuss this stuff, and it doesn't get out. And this stuff does not get out to the public. They don't tell it to you in the media either, or Fox News or other places. They don't tell you. I guarantee you, Jared and Trump have this plan in mind. But that's just me. So it says the ultimate argument presented in the Beast of Revelation is a call to action and attempts to brigade the gap between the sacred and secular. It posts that Christians and atheists today find common cause. The argument is that Christians will not oppose Trump and Musk on rational grounds. They must oppose him on the grounds of Christian prophecy. How can Elon be involved with Trump when he hasn't been seen? They haven't been seen together in months, and I guarantee they're probably not interested in meeting again or him coming back, because I've heard that that Elon was so mad over Trump's big beautiful bill and what he passed that they split. And not only that, but Elon wanted to create something called the American Party. So they're not. Elon and Trump are not together anymore. You really did Elon and Trump and if you really look at it, did Elon and Trump bring about the Gaza peace plan in the Middle East? No, I don't think so. That was Jared Kushner and Donald Trump. So if you want to look at the duo who could be more than likely the end times beasts of Revelation, it's Jared Kushner and Donald Trump, because it makes a lot of sense because they're so close together, and he's a part of the their family, and it just makes a lot of sense why this would be a thing, because he was behind the election of 2016 if you read it. So you gotta look at it, man. Jared Kushner's a very shady dude. He's pulling strings behind the scenes, man. Along with Jared Trump's a part of Peter Thiel and Palantir and all these surveillance things, and so you gotta look at it. Gotta look at it closely, man. That Elon has nothing to do. Elon isn't having nothing to do with Trump anymore. Yes, he has Neuralink, and I think Neuralink could be a possibility of being the mark of the beast, but I don't think it is. It's a possibility. But Elon hasn't been seen with Trump in months. Those two have been broken up. Those two have not seen each other for months. Elon went back to Tesla and SpaceX and working in his companies, and Trump's not been around with Elon since May or June, I think, practically. So something's got to give there. Definitely. So, if you want to look at it prophetically, you really do. You want to look at it prophetically, it makes more sense that it would be Jared Kushner and Donald Trump as the two beasts of Revelation that's talked about. The beast from the sea and the beast from the earth. So, it makes a lot of sense. There would be two beasts. A lot of people thought back a while back, a couple of months ago, 4 or 5 months ago, it was Donald Trump and Elon Musk. But that's kind of been debunked now, because Elon's gone back to working in his companies with SpaceX and Tesla. He's not been at the White House or in Elon hasn't been at the White House or in Washington in months. There hasn't been anything with Doge happening since he left. So, no. He created the Department of I don't remember what it was called. I don't know what Doge stands for. I forgot. But Elon created the Department of Greater Efficiency. That's what it was called, Greater Efficiency, and it was some kind of thing to get rid of waste and spending and stuff. And I don't remember what that was about, but they hadn't been doing that in months. That kind of ended. That kind of ended when Trump passed that big beautiful bill, and then Elon got angry, and they had a fight over it in a disagreement, and then boom. Elon went to say he was going to create a new party called the American Party, and I don't know what's happened since with those two. But that's all I know about that. Okay. Says the text warns that the beasts are not supernatural forces, but the convergence of power, technology, and human nature. And Jared Kushner has talked about how he wants to fuse technology, human perspective, and he's also talked about this is going to be the last generation to either die or live forever. And he talked about how he wants to merge technology and human nature and all these things and AI together. with this stuff, and he wants to somehow create a group of people or a future where you can converge AI and stuff together and technology to create the ability to live forever. Joe Kushner's talked about living forever, and it talks about how the beast, the Antichrist, he will somehow get so powerful that he manages to live for 7 years and rule until he's destroyed. And until he's destroyed with the second coming. But there's a video here of Jared talking. If y'all never seen it, here I'll show it to you. Very interesting. That's why I'm saying that I think Jared and Trump are the dynamic duo of Revelation, because Jared's very big on technology and AI and intelligence, and I think him and Donald Trump are connected to Peter Thiel and Palantir. I really do, and it makes a lot of sense. So. Kushner. Jared Kushner, I will never die. Here it is. I will live forever or be the last to die. This is what he said. He said this 3 years ago. There was also an interview on Fox News where they said Jared's now the something of like control or whatnot. You know, he's the do-it-all guy behind the scenes, right? Which is pretty interesting. Not to mention, he gave this interview. He said, there's going to be no reconstruction funds will go under Hamas control. So they're trying to get Hamas to disarm for the second phase. See, and listen to this. Trump and Jared Kushner did. It was in the Bible.
You will be shocked when you find 7 discoveries about what Trump and Jared Kushner just did. And there's one detail about Kushner's role that nobody's connecting to Scripture. A detail that, when you see it, is going to make you question whether we're watching the setup for the greatest piece in human history or the greatest deception. But before I show you that detail, you need to understand who Jared Kushner actually is. And more importantly, who he isn't. Discovery 1. The man with no title. October 9th, 2025. A peace agreement
October
was signed.
9th.
Not in Washington.
Okay, I thought it was October 13th. It was October 9th when they signed that ceasefire.
In Jerusalem,
okay.
In Qatar, with back-channel negotiations through Egypt. The parties involved, Israel, Hamas.
I think people don't give me the credit for how smart and intelligent I am sometimes.
Indirectly through Qatari mediation, Egypt, United
I
Arab
really
Emirates,
study this stuff, man.
Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar itself, Morocco, and Jordan.
I've become a pretty.
Count them. 8 separate nations.
I've become a pretty big fan of end-time prophecy.
Entities, all agreeing to a comprehensive 20-point
I like to
peace
study
plan
Israel in the Middle East.
designed to end the Gaza conflict, establish economic corridors, create security guarantees, and integrate Israel into the broader Middle East. And the architect? The man who drafted it, negotiated it, convinced 8 different parties to sign it? Jared Kushner. Now, here's where it gets interesting. What official government position does Jared Kushner hold right now?
He doesn't.
In October 2025? None. Zero. He's not Secretary of State. That's Marco Rubio. He's not National Security Advisor. He's not a special envoy. He doesn't have diplomatic credentials. He's not on any government payroll. From 2017 to 2021, during Trump's first term, Kushner held the title of Senior Advisor to the President. But that term ended in January 2021. And when Trump was re-elected in 2024, Kushner didn't rejoin the administration officially. He stayed private, started an investment firm called Affinity Partners, focused on business. And yet,
I thought it was Kushner Companies. He had Kushner Companies
no official diplomatic authority,
but yeah,
just negotiated one of the most complex multinational peace agreements in modern Middle East history. How? 2 days after the October 9th signing, Kushner flew to Tel Aviv.
I heard they bought EA for $80 billion, though.
October 11th.
They bought EA.
And he gave a speech praising Israel's military response to Hamas. Here's what he said, and I'm quoting directly from
Affinity
reports.
Partners.
Instead of replicating the barbarism of the enemy, you chose to be exceptional. I couldn't be prouder to be a friend of Israel. And then, 8 days later, the 60 Minutes interview, where he laid out his vision.
This is why it's good to do your research.
Integration.
Yeah, that 60 Minutes interview was really good. I watched it.
Economic prosperity.
I have it up on my channel if people want to go see it.
Palestinians. Regional stability through cooperation. Israel accepted by its Arab neighbors not through force, but through mutual benefit. Someone who has the ear of the king. And that's exactly what Kushner
Trump
is. He doesn't need a title. He has something more powerful. He has Trump's complete trust. He's married to Trump's daughter, Ivanka. He's family. And Trump has made it clear publicly, Kushner is essential and irreplaceable. So when Kushner negotiates, he's not just a...
He also said if Jared can't bring peace to the Middle East, no one can.
...private citizen. He's negotiating with the full backing of the most powerful man in the world. He's the advisor to the modern king. And remember that detail, the advisor without a title. Because in Discovery 4, I'm going to show you why that matters prophetically. Why having no official position might actually be part of the pattern. But first, you need to hear what Kushner actually said. Because it's not just about who he is, it's about the specific words he used. Discovery 2, the statement that stopped prophecy watchers. Let me read you the full quote again. October 19th, 2025. 60 Minutes.
Good interview,
speaking
too.
About the post-war vision for Israel and the Palestinians. The biggest message that we've tried to convey to the Israeli leadership now is that, now that the war is over, if you want to integrate Israel with the broader Middle East, you have to find a way to help the Palestinian people thrive and do better. Now, if you're just watching this as political commentary, you hear reasonable diplomacy, pragmatic solution, win-win scenario. Israel gets security and regional acceptance. Palestinians get economic opportunity and better governance. Everyone benefits. But if you're a student of biblical prophecy, 3 words in that sentence should make you stop breathing for a second. Integrate Israel with integrate, to bring together, to unify, to create a whole from separate parts. That's not just diplomatic language, that's covenant language. And then the phrase broader Middle East, not just Israel and the Palestinians, not a 2-party deal, regional integration, multiple nations, Egypt, Jordan, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Syria potentially, Iraq possibly. The entire region unified in an economic
The only one not in that is
framework
Iran.
with Israel at the center. With many, that phrase should sound familiar if you've ever studied Daniel's prophecies.
That's why he wants Saudi Arabia to join the Abraham Accords. That's why he's saying once Saudi Arabia joins, everyone else will join. And that's what he wants to try to do in November.
That's a balance almost nobody achieves. Most people are either pro-Israel or pro-Palestinian.
That's setting up the covenant with
managing to be
many.
both. Pro-Israel's security, pro-Palestinians' economic development, integration, and in the 60 Minutes interview, he talked about the 20-point peace plan that was signed October 9th. Let me break down what's actually in this plan, because the details matter. Point 1 through 5. Ceasefire terms, hostage releases, security guarantees. Standard peace agreement stuff. Point 6 through 10. Economic development zones in Gaza. Infrastructure investment. Trade corridors connecting Gaza to Egypt and Jordan. Not just ending war, creating prosperity. Point 11 through 15. Regional security framework. Multiple nations providing peacekeeping forces. International oversight. Not U.S. troops. Forces from the Arab nations themselves. Point 16 through
Syria
20.
and Turkey.
Political framework for Palestinian self-governance under international
Before that, there'll be a
supervision.
war.
Gradual implementation. No immediate statehood, but a path toward it. Conditional on security and economic progress. This isn't a simple ceasefire. This is a comprehensive regional realignment. A framework that involves 8 parties initially, but designed to expand. Saudi Arabia already expressing interest. Syria in back-channel talks. Even whispers about Iraq potentially joining down the line. Within 48 hours of the October 19th interview, YouTube was flooded. I'm talking 20-plus videos from prophecy channels, some getting over 100,000 views. Titles like, Did Jared Kushner fulfill the prophecy of Daniel? He has arrived. Is this the covenant? This is why prophecy is unfolding fast. Jared Kushner, digital ID, Israel peace. Now, a lot of those videos are sensational. Some are irresponsible. Some are connecting dots that shouldn't be connected. But the reason they're exploding isn't because people are crazy. It's because the pattern is undeniable. So let me show you what the Bible actually says. Because if we're going to evaluate whether Trump and Kushner are fulfilling prophecy, we need to know what the prophecy actually is. And there's one verse that keeps coming up in these discussions. One verse that, when you read it carefully, matches what Kushner just created almost perfectly. Discovery 3. The Daniel 9:27 connection. Turn to the book of Daniel, chapter 9, verse 27.
But yeah, it's just something to think about, man, really, when you look at it. But he had an interview back, trying to find it, that's where he's talking about my generation will be the last one to live, or something, I don't know. Like, it was kind of an interesting concept. Give me a minute. Yeah. Here it is. This is it.
From the last year,
It says, I'm keeping in shape to live forever.
one thing I've tried to put a priority on since I left the White House was, getting some exercise in. I think that there's a good probability that my generation is, hopefully with the advances in science, either the first generation to live forever or the last generation that's going to die. And so we need to keep ourselves in pretty good shape.
So, look, a lot of people have pointed out that seems a little bit weird, and this, Jared Kushner talking about living forever when he doesn't look like he's literally an animate human there is a little bit weird. But also, for fans of Big Bang Theory, he's describing the plot of an episode of that show. It's just Sheldon Cooper trying to live long enough for the singularity so he can upload his consciousness. That's all that is right there. I've started doing some sit-ups and eating some cruciferous vegetables So
yeah, Jared Kushner's behind AI and technology and all the integration into what they want to do in the future.
for vegetables,
Very well could be part of the beast system.
so I'll live long enough to live forever. But
That's-
also,
That's more of an incrimination to John Idarola for equating the singularity to the Big Bang Theory. I just watched that going like, oh, he's a singularity weirdo. Got it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, yeah. But also, like, people are suffering, and, like, climate change is a big deal. I love the idea that we could all live forever, but let's keep it real. If they can dramatically increase lifespan, it ain't gonna be for everybody. That's not how that's gonna work. Now, a guy who gets handed billions of dollars by the Saudis probably has a pretty good shot at it, sure. But it is weird to have this guy who the MAGA world love. He's in the inner circle of Donald Trump. They hate the idea of behind-the-scenes conspiracy theories of elites getting away with murder and all this. And he's sketching out how the elite class will become effectively immortal elves as the rest of us toil and die in the sand mines. It's a weird direction to take it in.
Yeah, also, buddy, like, the whole point of this technology that'll help us live forever is also so we don't have to exercise, Jared. So that we don't have to exercise. And guess what, dude? He's such a lean, mean fighting machine at this point. It really shows. It really pays off. I don't know, I want to get in a fist fight with Jared Kushner, not only because his like wingspan's really, really far, but because he's the kind of guy who thinks that he wins every battle, even though that he has other people fight it for him.
Exactly. By the way, I just love the Daily Beast did a little write-up about this, and they had to say that these comments were made during a live stream event to promote his new memoir. And they point out the Daily Beast can be so petty. It is viewed by fewer than 600 people on YouTube and features exactly one comment that reads, "Your book sounds great, Jared Kushner." Does it?
Like, it sounds terrible. It sounds horrible. And yeah, the thing about Jared Kushner is he like his father-in-law is not
Transhumanist, yeah.
From the last year, the one thing I've tried to put a priority on since I left the White House was getting some exercise in. I think that there's a good probability that my generation is, hopefully with the advances in science, either the first generation to live forever or the last generation that's going to die. And so we need to keep ourselves in pretty good shape.
So it's pretty interesting.
So Jared Kushner here's a good example of rich guy brain and what they're told and how entirely disconnected it is from reality. Elon Musk thinks this way, Bill Gates thinks this way.
Jeffrey Epstein thought a lot about this sort of topic.
I mean, Walt Disney infamously felt this way, and you'll see what I'm talking about when he gives this bizarre answer to live stream that reportedly had like 500 views.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
We could probably get him on the show.
We should try. Here he is, Jared Kushner on his book tour.
Friend, and then finally, I think that from the last year, the one thing I've tried to put a priority on since I left the White House was getting some exercise in. I think that there's a good probability that my generation is, hopefully with the advances in science, either the first generation to live forever or the last generation that's going to die. And so we need to keep ourselves in pretty good shape. And then the other thing I like.
The last generation that's going to die. What does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean? Well, I mean, I kind of know it. I listen to some of these science utopian.
So it's just really interesting how he phrases that in the interview. I remember a certain scene from Harry Potter, and it's not a, what is it? Yeah, I get it's a movie and everything, but a lot of people compare Harry Potter to. A lot of people compare Harry Potter to end times stuff, and in Baltimore, if you really look into the series, it's pretty deep, Harry's supposed to be God and Voldemort's the devil, and everything, and there's a particular part where he says, only I can live forever, and it's pretty interesting how the devil, perdition, the son of Satan, right, when he comes into the fray, says that he's going to live forever. Or try to live forever. Which is very interesting. But, says bankers play, everyone else pays. Is it AI isn't taking banking jobs, Goldman and ZA boosts. In fact, says Goldman expects to hire more bankers. We can afford more high qualified people to expand on our footprint, continue to grow and broaden our business. So let's recap. Risk mass, workplace displacement is still redundancy, hollowing out what remains of the white-collar middle class, erodes worker negotiating power and wages, rates to strain the power, water grid, and water resources amid data centers and sustainable growth, increased global geopolitical instability, and wars of the nation, and companies hunt for tech minerals. Concentrates emits power in the hands of a handful of individuals and corporations, and it puts the planet on the path to a digital prison, the likes of which even George Orwell and Aldous Huxley couldn't imagine. Yeah, there's a scene in Harry Potter which does this. I kind of compared that to what Jared Kushner said, which makes me believe he is the devil in disguise. He is the devil, and he is perdition. He is the future satanic world leader. He is. He's the future satanic antichrist. But let me find that. Was that? I don't know if that was like a trailer back then, or if that was part of the movie. But I think it's a Tom Riddle, which was Voldemort, which was what's his face, Ralph Fiennes. Only I Can Live Forever. I think it was in Deathly Hallows. I think, right? Only I Can Live Forever. And also, a lot of people actually now look back at Deathly Hallows as they think it had to do with the cultic symbolism. Only I Can Live Forever. I know it's very deep. I study a lot of this stuff. I really look into this stuff now. But yeah, Deathly Hallows, yeah. 13 years ago, Only I Can Live Forever.
Only I can live forever.
But I don't remember where that scene was from. Here it is. This is it.
It's over!
Hey, buddy. How are you? I thought I let you outside. Did you just come back in? I guess you just came in again, didn't you? I thought you went out.
We have to kill the snake. You need this! Never!
Good boy. So this was Deathly Hallows Part 2. Let me see. Something... Yeah. I think this was it.
Why do you live? Because I have something worth living for.
I don't remember where it was, but that makes me think of that for some reason. Makes me think of when Jared Kushner said that I'm trying to keep myself in shape so I can live forever. Makes me wonder. I remember this quote from Harry Potter when this movie came out, and it was very iconic. And then And then I go back to what he said and I think of like that. How a lot of people portray Tom Riddle as the devil. Anyway, so let's see what else we got here. It says 1 year later since the Israeli Air Force October 24 IDF strikes on military targets in Iran, footage from the operation targeted Iranian missile capabilities and expanded IDF freedom of action ahead of Operation Rising Lion. 1 year ago, the Israeli Air Force completed strikes on military targets in Iran, conducting a response to the Iranian regime's attacks against the state of Israel in the preceding months. The Israeli Air Force conducted precise and targeted strikes against military targets in several areas across Iran. The targets included production facilities for ballistic missiles intended to strike the state of Israel. In addition, the Israeli Air Force dismantled several advanced surface-to-air missile arrays in action that expanded aerial freedom of action over Iranian airspace. The success of the strike provided an operational advantage for launching Operation Rising Lion. Says, just leaving Malaysia, a great and very vibrant country. Trump said this on Truth Social yesterday. Signed major trade and rare earth deals since yesterday. Most importantly, signed a peace treaty between Thailand and Cambodia. No war, millions of lives saved. Such an honor to have gotten this done. Now off to Japan. Qualcomm shares surged nearly 20% on October 27, 2025 after the company announced its new AI 200 and AI 250 accelerator chips. Signaling its aggressive entry into the AI data center market, the move puts the semiconductor company historically known for its smartphone technology in direct competition with AI chip leader NVIDIA and rival AMD. Huh. Interesting. As PM Netanyahu at the ceremony for the President's Award for Excellence for ISA personnel for 2024. Service contribution and thwarting over 1,200 attacks is unbelievable and also unknown. Due to your determination, professionalism, and backing, you succeeded in surprising and astonishing the entire world. At a festive ceremony held at the President's residence, certificates of excellence were presented to 14 ISA employees by President Isaac Herzog and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The ceremony was held this morning, Monday, 27th of October, 2025, in the presence of ISA Director David Zinni. The honorees are veteran and young employees in various and diverse roles who perform their duties in the ISA exceptionally while fulfilling the organization's mission and values. Who's a good boy? Mr. Netanyahu, the services contribution in throttling over 1,200 attacks. Is unbelievable and so also unknown, because if there's been 1,200 attacks, you would understand, the entire public would understand it. But we have reached a situation where we have the greatest level of alerts we have ever known, and the lowest level of attacks actually carried out we have ever known. Today, Israel is considered, and not exaggeration, the strongest power in the Middle East. We have changed the entire balance of deterrence and the balance of power. We did this thanks to the steadfast stand, first and foremost, of our people, our fighters, our commanders, and all the security services, and also with the prudent decisions we have made. Are recounted in the meetings we had a few minutes ago that when I approved these operations, we stand in the room, I can describe it to you. It is a room about this size, an auditorium like this, all the ISA systems, all the computers, all the officials set at their stations. A young man approaches outside. I won't say his name, and I look at him in the eyes and ask him, will you carry this out? Are you sure of this? And I tell you, as the one who has to make the decision, I look him in the eyes, and if he blinks even a little, we think twice. But if he comes and says with confidence, Prime Minister, I am capable, we will succeed in this. This is how we set out time after time, because of this confidence, because of this determination, because of this professionalism, because of this backing, we went out and succeeded in surprising and astonishing the entire world. The Russian president met with Minister of Foreign Affairs. In his opening remarks at the meeting, the president of Russia conveyed his best wishes to Chairman of State Affairs of the DPRK, Kim Jong-un. We had a detailed discussion back in Beijing about our relations and development prospects. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Please convey my best wishes to him. The Russian president met with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Cho Sun-hee, in the Kremlin. IDF, the 99th Division of 4 months of combat in the northern Gaza Strip, says the 99th Division, under which 7 regular and reserve brigades operate, has completed its mission in the northern Gaza Strip after 4 months of combat in the area. The 252nd Division has taken up operational responsibility in the sector. The division troops dismantled hundreds of weapons storage facilities, observation posts, combat compounds, and terrorist infrastructure, both above and below ground. Significantly degrading the enemy's capabilities. The division troops also took part in establishing the yellow line in the humanitarian aid effort in the northern part of the Strip. Through the division's fire effort, hundreds of Hamas terrorists were eliminated, including 5 battalion commanders and 9 company commanders and their deputies. The division engineering corps troops dismantled more than 1 kilometer of underground tunnels routes in the northern Gaza Strip as part of a joint IDF and ISA operation led by the Northern Brigade terrorists who operate against IDF troops in the Biat Hanan, operating against IDF troops in the Biat Hanun area, including senior Hamas commanders, were eliminated. Among those eliminated were 2 company commanders from the Biat Hanun battalion who were responsible for dozens of terrorist attacks against IDF troops in the area. So it's 2 years since the beginning of the ground operations in the Gaza Strip. IDF combat footage. So IDF operational conference led by the Chief of the General Staff. Today, Monday, of the Chief of the General Staff, Lieutenant LTG Ayil Samir convened an operational forum attended by the commanders of operational units ranked LTC and above, along with the senior commander forum of the IDF. The forum is convening for the first time since the Chief of the General Staff assumed his position. It's a backdrop of changes in the operational situation in the Gaza Strip, 2 years of ongoing ground operations, and a continuous process of strengthening the foundations and routines currently being implemented in the IDF. During the conference, a discussion with the Minister of Defense will take place. Commanders will be presented with operational and intelligence briefings and data on all arenas by the head of the operations division, the head of the research department, the commander of the South Command, and other commanders. In addition, a panel will be held with released hostages and bereaved families. The conference will conclude with a commander's discussion and a summary by the Chief of the General Staff. Okunis said that Israel will insist upon the demilitarization of Gaza and the disarmament of Hamas, which are conditions in the sector. Hezbollah Secretary General Naim Qassem. Hezbollah is a strategic project related to the vision and related to addressing people's issues and stances against all who challenge and confront them. We are a group committed to the authentic Muhammad din Islam, and his commitment to Islam means that a person has chosen a path for his life. This path is truly a faith-based, intellectual, cultural, practical, behavioral, political, and social approach. If someone wants to know Hezbollah's approach and how it can be applied, let them look at the experience of the Prophet Muhammad. He had chosen Islam as a way of life, therefore Hezbollah is the one that has chosen Islam as its life path. It is true that I am a martyrdom seeker. Every one of the parties is a martyrdom seeker who is the only one sitting on the front line with the families who were raised and endure hardships. They are all martyrdom seekers, and I am one of those martyrdom seekers. Israel and America are the ones causing the problem, and America wants to spread sedation and incitement, saying, go and fight. The resistance is a national resistance for all Lebanon. They should move beyond the logic of you and us. The continued American and Israeli pressures in this manner aim for America to achieve in politics what Israel could not achieve by war. There is a certain level of deterrence present. It may not prevent the outbreak of the war, but it prevents the achievements of the goals of the Israeli war. If a battle is imposed on us, even if we only have a stick, we will not allow the Israeli to pass and we will fight him. Israel stayed in Lebanon for 22 years and did not implement Resolution 425, so we have the sovereignties offered the country. Hezbollah's military presence today is linked to the presence of occupying enemy, which means the resistance is reaction, not inaction. The Israeli military presence today is linked to the presence of occupying enemy, which means the resistance. Okay, the Israeli enemy seeks to impose a political system in Lebanon and impose sanctions in the country on the country to destroy a segment of the population. The presence of weapons is a legitimate right to defend our homeland and our existence. Since the Lebanese army is unable to confront the enemy, there must be popular resistance and there should be coordination between it and the army. Our decision is defense and resistance until the last breath and let the enemy try to disarm by itself. Hamas situation in Gaza did not allow them to achieve more than they did, and the release of Lebanese prisoners was not possible with them. Regarding the Lebanese prisoners, the primary responsibility lies with the Lebanese government, which must follow up on the issue, confront it more, and act more effectively. We are positive towards Prime Minister Naif Salam and want cooperation. We do not want disagreement. We desire the unity of the country and the success of the Lebanese government. There's no problem between us and Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, and we are ready to cooperate in our positive. If he takes a step forward, we will take 10 steps. In other words, Hezbollah, Syria, Iran, and Turkey are all gearing up for an all-out full frontal war against Israel. Ezekiel 38. Ezekiel 38 is coming in the coming months. They're gearing up for a multi-front war. Tala volcano in Batangs recorded 33 volcanic earthquakes on Sunday, October 26th. Filipino Institute for Volcanology, and the Seismology Pavlovics reported Monday morning. Of these, 10 were volcanic tremors, lasting between 2 and 298 minutes. Pavlovics said the HCS logged 1 minor periodic eruption and 2 minor periodic eruptions in Tal on Sunday, each lasting 1 to 4 minutes. Jeez. So you have an earthquake. So you have a hurricane, and you have an earthquake that hit Turkey, and you have volcanoes. You have 33 volcanic earthquakes that happened yesterday. Yeah, the stuff is definitely getting really intense with the weather, man. With stuff. We must be getting close to something soon. Possibly another war. Including with Israel.
Literal. Kakapatay ka lang ng camera bilang sabog. De. Mal. Mal, tingnan mo. Nay. Ate. Ate.
That's interesting. That's crazy, man.
Yan ang malakas. Literal, Mal. Kakapatay ka lang ng camera biglang sumabog. Tawagin mo, Inay. Nay. Nay! Lakas, oh.
Interesting. Strengthen Israel's position in the Middle East. Another step towards natural gas exports to Egypt. The signatures of all exports with the natural gas. With the Israeli Natural Gas Company on the transmission agreement published by the Director of the Natural Gas Authority at the Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure have been completed. A new export line will be established with an investment of $2 billion NIS and will be funded, and it's about exporters. PM Netanyahu at the start of the government meeting. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today at the start of the government meeting. Over the past month, we have been witnessing ridiculous claims regarding the relationship between the United States and Israel. When I was in Washington, it was said that I control the American administration and that I dictated security policy to it. Now the opposite is being claimed. The American administration controls me and dictates Israel's security policy. Neither of these is true. Israel is an independent country. The United States is an independent country. The relations between us are relations between partners. And this partnership, which has reached an all-time high, was also expressed in operational cooperation, the second part of Operation Rising Lion. It has also expressed and was expressed just recently in the release of all the living hostages from Gaza, and of course an effort to return all the fallen, and also in other areas in which we're changing the face of the Middle East together. I want to make one thing crystal clear. Our security policy is in our own hands. We're not prepared to tolerate attacks against us. We respond according to our own judgment against attacks. As we saw in Lebanon and most recently in Gaza, we dropped 150 tons on Hamas and terrorist elements after the attack on our 2 soldiers. And of course, we also throw out dangers as they're being formed before they're carried out, as we did just yesterday in the Gaza Strip. We do not seek anyone's approval for this. We're in control of our own. We're in control of our security. We have also made it clear regarding international forces that Israel will determine which forces are unacceptable to us, and this is how we operate and continue to operate. This is, of course, acceptable to the United States, as well as its most senior representatives have expressed in recent days. Israel is an independent state. We will defend ourselves with our own forces, and we will continue to control our destiny. Turkish citizens arrested on suspicion of smuggling weapons in the Yashval operations in Lave 433, the Shin Bet and IDF arrest Turkish citizens on suspicion of taking part in a road aimed at smuggling weapons. During September 2025, as part of a joint operation by the National Unit for the Investigation of Serious and International Crime in Lviv 433, the IDF and the General Security Service, 2 Turkish citizens, Okta Esashi and Ramin Yugakar, who crossed the border from Jordan into Israel and are suspected of carrying out security activities were arrested. The investigation revealed that 2 took part in a route aimed to smuggle weapons into Israel with the involvement of Turkish and Iranian elements. In this framework, it was agreed that when Oktay and Raymond infiltrate Israel, they would try to smuggle weapons with them. It also emerged as early as last July. Oktay has been in Israel illegally and has been taking part in transfer weapons within Israel. Weapons within Israeli territory. After being expelled from the country by the Israeli authorities, he worked in Turkey to promote his aforementioned criminal activity and recruited another Turkish citizen who was in Israel, Yunus Ozil, who was asked about Oktay to assist him in obtaining weapons with Israeli territory. Ozil was also arrested last month. Today, indictments were filed against the 3 in Nazareth District Court. Israel registration is open for the Artificial Intelligence for Business Promotion course. This unique course will provide you with practical tools to streamline marketing processes using artificial intelligence technology. We have at the small and medium-sized business agency in collaboration with the Diamond and Dual-Use Export Control Administration of the Ministry of Economy and Industry invite you to a unique course that will provide you with practical tools to streamline marketing processes using artificial intelligence technology. The course is suitable for business owners who are interested in learning and experimenting with advanced systems and methods for streamlining and marketing the business. The course will be open on Tuesday, November 25th, 2025, and will be held at Vermont Gun Diamond Exchange Complex. Maccabi Building, 23rd floor, please. The hell is the Vermont Gun Diamond Exchange Complex? Two o'clock p.m. and 5 o'clock. All right. I want to watch this thing with Trump in Japan. What is this? Raiding circuses. I don't know, I have to watch that. President Trump participates in a pool aside with the president of Brazil. Okay. So is that the newest one then? Yep.
Food's here, by the way.
Thanks.
As you know, a lot of respect for Brazil.
Convinced, or were you convinced?
Oh! He's my foot fell asleep. Well,
Struck
Hey, buddy. Excuse me. video on. I gotta go. I don't know. Where is it? 8 hours. How much do you think people have left by now? need some water. I don't know. I'll give it one more inning.
he's at home plate about to bat. And they've got somebody on first. This could be it. They're probably just going to be over. They're probably just like letting it on one so we can go forward.
to get one in your bathroom.
No, you're not. Oh, no, you're not. Hell no. You're not even done paying for the damage you caused the last time you got in it.
Ugh. Alright. Sorry about that, guys. I had to stop things because I was watching the World Series. The 18 innings of the World Series, so I just got around now to doing this. I want to watch the Trump Japan thing that was going on. Apparently he signed a earth mineral and enrichment deal with Japan, and I was just wanted to talk about that, including there has been some apparently there was an update too about the hurricane. Yeah, it's going to Kingston, Jamaica, and the Hurricane Melissa bears down Jamaica. It's estimated to become Jamaica's strongest recorded storm on record. This was taken by a crew member flying on yesterday's TL-74 mission, flying into the center eye what is now a Category 5 hurricane named Melissa. This is as clear of an eye as you will see in the Atlantic Basin. Seas are roaring. This is another piece of Luke 21:25. There will be suns and signs of the moon and stars. And the earth's dismay among nations in perplexity at the roaring of the sea and the waves. 30 to 40 inches of rain with 160 miles per hour winds will be devastating. Okay. Let's see. Let me find it. Participates in a troop visit, and the remarks on the USS George Washington. Okay. No, that's not it. Here it is.
「開始が遅れまして失礼いたしました。今トランプ大統領の部屋で野球を見ておりました。1対0でドジャースが勝ってます。
So to the press corps, I'm very sorry that we kept waiting. As a matter of fact, Mr. President and I myself just enjoyed watching the Major League Baseball match. Actually, Dodgers versus Blue Jays, and Dodgers is now having a 1-point lead, and we really enjoyed the match.
まずトランプ大統領の訪日を改めて歓迎申し上げます。で電話でも申し上げましたけれども、自民党総裁選挙に勝った直後にお祝いの発信をいただきありがとうございました。直接お会いできることを楽しみにしておりました。
So President Trump, let me extend a very warm welcome upon your visit to Japan. As I conveyed to you over the phone, I thank you for your congratulatory message to me right after my party LDP's presidential election. And I have been very much looking forward to seeing you in person here in Japan.
で、安倍総理に、対するもう長きにわたり友情に感謝をしております。また昨年末に昭恵夫人を、歓待いただいたことにも感謝を申し上げます。
First of all, thank you for your enduring friendship with Prime Minister Abe over the years. In addition, thank you for extending gracious hospitality to Mrs. Akie Abe at the end of last year.
実は安倍総理からはよく、トランプ大統領のダイナミックな、外交について話を聞いていました。 タイとカンボジアの、停戦に成功し、トランプ大統領はまずアジアの平和に貢献をされました。それから先般の中東における、合意の実現もですね、これはかつてない歴史的偉業です。
As a matter of fact, Prime Minister Abe often told me about your dynamic diplomacy. Most recently, Mr. President succeeded in securing a ceasefire deal between Thailand and Cambodia and contributed to ensuring peace in Asia. Also, the deal you have recently achieved in the Middle East is an unprecedented historic achievement.
これだけの短期間に世界はより平和になりました。でこの世界の平和と安定のトランプ大統領の揺るぎないコミットを高く評価します。私自身も強い感銘を受けました。
In such a short period of time, the world started to enjoy more peace on the ground. And in this context, I highly value your unwavering commitment towards peace and stability. I, myself, was so impressed and inspired by you, Mr. President.
今や、日米は世界で最も偉大な同盟になりました。で日本も共に、世界の平和と繁栄に貢献をしてまいります。
Now both Japan and the United States have developed the greatest alliance in the world. And together with you, Japan is ready to contribute towards peace and stability.
私は日本の国益を守り抜くためにも強い日本外交を取り戻す決意です。そして自由で開かれたインド太平洋の、進展に向けても日米でさらに協力を進めたいと考えています。
So they're working on world peace.
On diplomacy, I am determined to restore dynamic Japan's diplomacy to protect Japan's own national interests. In addition, I am ready to promote further collaboration with you and with the United States toward our shared goal of achieving a free and open Indo-Pacific.
私はこれから日本の国力、つまり外交力、防衛力、経済力、技術力、情報力、人材力を強くするリーダーとして働いてまいる決意です。
So let me share with you my determination. I will continue to strive as a leader of Japan to strengthen Japan's national power, namely diplomacy, defense capabilities, economic power, technology, intelligence, and human resources.
来年は、米国建国250周年、ですよね。で、共に、日本も共に盛大にお祝いをしたいと思っております。ワシントン DC に250本の桜を、寄付する予定です。それからまた来年7月4日にはワシントン DC で日本の秋田県の花火が打ち上げられると聞いております。
Next year, the United States will mark the semi-quincentennial anniversary. Japan and I would like to join the United States to have a magnificent celebration. We'll extend a gift of 250 cherry trees to Washington, D.C. In addition, I understand that fireworks from Japan, from Akita Prefecture, will be shown in Washington, D.C. on July 4th next year.
日本とアメリカを、より強く豊かにするために、日米同盟の新たな黄金時代をトランプ大統領と共に作り上げていきたいと願っております。ありがとう。
Through these efforts, together with you, Mr. President, I would like to realize a new golden age of Japan-US alliance where both Japan and the United States will become stronger and also more prosperous. Thank you.
Well, I want to thank you very much, and I want to congratulate you. As you know, Shinzo Abe was a great friend of mine, and I was very saddened to see what happened. It was so shocking, but he spoke so well of you, even before we knew what was going to happen in your ascension. He spoke so well of you long before we met, and I'm not surprised to see that you
Wow,
are now
remains
the Prime
returned
Minister.
Monday are not those of
And he would be very
hostages.
happy to know that, and I congratulate you on behalf of the United States of America.
Assessment indicates
総理ありがとうございます。
They're not
まず確
cooperating
認
at
の、
all.
に
They're
対
about
し
to
て
do
した
something
いと
about
思い
that
ます。
soon.
心臓は私にとって非常に素晴らしい友人でありました。本当に、彼が亡くなったことはショッキングであり、悲しい出来事でありました。また、安倍晋三氏からは、かなり、総理のことを、よく、話されておられました。ですので、お会いする前から、総理になるということを、私が知る前から素晴らしい、話をよく聞いております。ですので、晋三氏もかなり喜んでいらっしゃると思いますし、米側を代表して私の方からも祝したいと思います。
I know that you are increasing your military capacity very substantially, and we've received your orders for a very large amount of new military equipment, and you know that we make the best military equipment in the world, the jets, the missiles, and everything else, and hopefully we don't have to use them very much, if at all. But we appreciate that order, and we very much appreciate the trade. We're going to do tremendous trade together, I think more than ever before. We're just signing a new deal, and it's a very fair deal, and we look forward to welcoming Japan into the United States and a continuation. And it's something that everybody is very, very excited about.
また、日本の方も、かなり自衛隊や防衛に関して、増加をされるということで、聞いております。このほか、米国から装備品の調達をされるということで、もちろん米国はベストな、戦闘機、ミサイル等を持っております。もちろん使いたくはないのですけれども、このような調達に関しても感謝申し上げたいと思います。貿易に関してもこれから増えていくことかと思います。また貿易協定の署名式もこれから、なされる、予定であります。非常に公平な、この協定になっていると思っておりますので、これからもこのような関係を継続していきながら非常にエキサイティングな時代になっていくと思います。
I have always had a great love of Japan and a great respect of Japan. And I will say that this will be a relationship that will be stronger than ever before. And I look forward to working with you. And on behalf of our country, I want to just let you know, anytime you have any question, any doubt, anything you want, any favors you need, anything I can do to help Japan, we will be there. We are an ally at the strongest level. And it's a great honor to be with you, especially so early in what will be, I think, one of the greatest prime ministers. I think you will be one of the great, everything I know from Shinzo and others, you will be one of the great prime ministers. I'd also like to congratulate you on being the first woman prime minister. That's a big deal. That's a big deal, and I want to congratulate you on that. I think that has to be called out. And you're going to do a fantastic job, and we're going to have a fantastic relationship. Thank you very much.
私は日本を愛してますし、非常に日本という国を尊敬しております。私たちの関係はこれから今まで以上に強力なものになっていくと思います。またお伝えしたいことは何らかの質問もしくは疑問、何か私たちでできることがあれば何なりと言っていただきたいと思います。日本は私たちにとって最も重要な同盟国であり、また総理にこのような早い段階でお会いできることを光栄に思っております。また、安倍晋三氏も言っておりましたけれども、非常に素晴らしい話を聞いております。ですので、高市総理はこれから目を馳せる総理になっていくと私は確信しております。また初めての女性総理ということで、これは非常にビッグディールだと私も思っておりますので、大きな期待を持っております。
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the NTEB.
Okay, and then there was a signing. Then there was that meeting in Brazil. Let's get this Brazil meeting was.
Are you convinced, or were you convinced by the Brazilian government that the reasons you presented to impose tariffs on Brazil were not fair?
No, I think everything's fair. Look, you know, we have economies, and I have a lot of respect for you, President, as you know. A lot of respect for Brazil. So we'll see. We'll probably work out some deals. I'll leave these guys work them out, but I think we're going to work out some deals. We have to get, certain things. Wait, who's that shouting? Who's shouting? Is that you? Don't shout. Don't shout. Who was? Well, first of all, let me just say it's a great honor to be with the president of Brazil. It's a great country. It's a big, beautiful country, and I think they're doing well. I think they're doing very well, from what I understand. And I think we should be able to make some pretty good deals for both countries. And I'm going to leave that a little bit to Jameson and Scott and Marco in different ways. Marco, less on the economic stuff. You can do it very well, but I don't think you'll have to. But I think we'll have. I think we'll be able to do some pretty good deals. We've been speaking, and I think we'll end up having a very good relationship. We always have had a good relationship. I think it'll continue.
Presidente Lula, o senhor ficou satisfeito com o encontro, presidente?
Olha, eu acredito que, primeiro, a imprensa vai ter boas notícias depois de terminar a reunião.
I think the press will have good news after we end the
Antes de
meeting.
começar a reunião, são só suposições.
It's only
O
assumptions before we start the meeting.
Brasil tem todo o interesse de ter uma relação extraordinária com os Estados Unidos.
Brazil is highly interested to have an extraordinary relationship with the U.S.
Não há nenhuma razão para que haja qualquer desavença entre Brasil e Estados Unidos.
There's no reason for having any kind of conflict between
O
Brazil
que nós
and the
temos
U.S.
certeza é que na hora que dois presidentes sentam numa mesa
I believe that when two presidents
e
sit
cada
around the table
coloca o seu ponto de vista,
and each one raises their
cada
viewpoints,
coloca os seus problemas, a tendência natural é você encaminhar para chegar a um acordo.
and then we can forward to reach a deal afterwards.
E eu estou convencido, eu disse antes de chegar aqui,
And I am
eu estava
convinced, I said before I
otimista,
came here,
eu estava muito otimista com a possibilidade de nós avançarmos, sabe, na manutenção da relação mais civilizada possível entre Brasil e Estados
I was
Unidos.
very optimistic
E pretendemos
to
manter.
advance the relationship between Brazil
Eu
and
não
the
sei se o
U.S.
presidente Trump vai ter tempo, mas eu tenho uma
I don't know
longa
if
pausa para
President
discutir
Trump
com os Estados
will
Unidos.
have time, but I have an
É
agenda
uma
to
pausa
discuss
muito
with him.
longa. Eu trouxe por escrito.
I bought it in writing.
Vou lhe passar a cópia da minha
I'll give
pauta
you
em
a copy
inglês
of our agenda already in English. If I
para
don't have
saber
time
se o
to,
presidente quer discutir todos os
I
assuntos
don't know if we'll
dele.
have time to discuss all the issues here, so that's why I brought it in writing.
Mas
Mr. President, you said yesterday that under the right conditions, you would reduce the tariffs on Brazil. What are those conditions?
We're dealing on it right now, and we'll be discussing it for a little while, and I think we'll probably come to a conclusion pretty quickly. We know each other. We know what each other wants. I think we'll come to a conclusion. I think we'll come to a lot of conclusions this week. This has been a very big week. We concluded a war just now. We just had the official signing, and that was a great honor. That's actually why we came here. We had Cambodia and Thailand and really lots of others. We've done 8, and we're looking to do number 9, which would be Russia and Ukraine. So we've done all Please go ahead.
What are you feeling about Mr. Bolsonaro, Mr. President?
Well, I've always liked him. I feel very badly about what happened to him. I've always thought he was a straight shooter, but he's gone through a lot.
Is this on the agenda today?
He's gone through a lot.
Is this on the table today?
It's none of your business.
What about China, Mr. President? Are you concerned about Brazil's relation with China and its privilege?
No, I think we're going to do well with China. I think we're going to have a deal with China. We meet, as you know, in South Korea with President Xi. I think we're going to have a good deal with China, and they want to make a deal, and we want to make a deal. We've agreed to meet. We're going to meet then later in China, and we're going to meet in the U.S. in either Washington or Mar-a-Lago, Palm Beach. So now I think a lot of these talks when we meet, we've done a lot of discussions before we meet. We've done discussions with Brazil. So I think we're going to end up having a good deal for both countries. I think with China that's going to happen, and we have other deals. We have Japan, we have South Korea, we have a lot of meetings. But people seem to be very interested in China. I think we're going to have a very fair meeting with China. Yes.
Can you meet some of the tariffs today from Brazil? Brazil is requesting.
Yeah, we can do things fast. We move quickly. We're very nimble. We're very nimble.
Do you plan to discuss the situation? Do you plan to discuss the situation?
Not you again, please.
Is there a deadline?
Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Are you discussing your actions in Venezuela today? Is there anything you're asking the Brazilians?
I don't think we're going to be discussing Venezuela. They're not involved with Venezuela. They're not doing what Venezuela. I would discuss, if they want to, I'll discuss it. But no, I don't think we're going to be discussing it. Yeah, please, in the back.
President, besides Bolsonaro, is there anything that Brazil can offer to improve relations with the U.S.?
We're going to find out in probably 15 minutes. It'll go very quickly. They can offer a lot, and we can offer a lot. It's good, and it's good for both countries. Please.
Mr. President, you in Asia making all of these deals in China's backyard, what should they take away from the strong U.S. presence in this region?
I don't think they should take away anything. I think we're going to have a good deal with China. I think we're going to make a deal. It's going to be great for China, great for us. I mean, we have a lot of things that are good for both. And we know pretty much, we've been dealing with China. We don't just meet in a vacuum. We've had a lot of discussions, Jameson, Scott, Howard, Marco, on different things. We've had a lot of discussions with China. We have with Brazil, too. We're not walking into the room with no knowledge. We're walking in with great knowledge. And the meetings don't even have to take that long, frankly. We know pretty much where we are, and we know where they are.
Mr. President, is the negotiation with Brazil political or...
Eu queria sugerir que vocês fizessem a entrevista depois da reunião.
I would like to suggest that the press will continue the interview after the meeting.
Depois da reunião, quer falar. Porque nós temos pouco tempo e daqui a pouco o tempo se perdeu porque nós ficamos conversando com
We
vocês.
don't
Nós
have
temos
much
que fazer
time and we'll
entrevista.
waste time or lose time talking with the journalists. So we have a lot of time.
Se vocês tiverem paciência, vocês saberão o resultado da reunião.
Patience, you'll know the results of the
Se
meeting.
ficarem agoniados, vocês vão saber apenas suposições nossas.
Esse é o dilema.
Então eu sugiro que a gente comece a nossa reunião.
They're not great questions today, I must say. It's sort of boring questions. We'll see you later. Thank you.
開始が遅れまして失礼いたしました。今トランプ大統領の部屋で
You will now announce the document signing ceremony between the leaders of Japan and the United States. 署名者は高市早苗、日本国内閣総理大臣とドナルド・ジェトランプアメリカ合衆国大統領です。The signatories are Her Excellency Ms. 高市早苗, Prime Minister of Japan, and the Honorable Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. デリゲーションの方はお座りください。The members of the delegation are kindly to proceed. まず最初の文書でございますけれども、合意の実施、日米同盟の新たな黄金時代に向けての署名です。 First document is implementation of the agreement towards a new golden age for the Japan-US alliance.
Bringing straight to this plus essential. Yes.
続きまして、文書、採掘加工を通じた重要鉱物及びレアアースの供給確保のための日米韓枠組みへの署名です。Next document is United States-Japan Framework for securing the supply of critical minerals and rare earths through mining and processing.
Might get a bass for tomorrow. This concludes the signing ceremony. The two leaders are leading for the room to proceed the next venue.
Mr. President.
All the delegation members are kindly requested to proceed to the next venue by the leader.
Welcome to the NTEB Prophecy News Podcast with your host and Bible teacher, Jeffrey Greider. Rightly divided, dispensationally correct, and standing on the authority of the King James Holy Bible. This program is brought to you by NowTheEndBegins.com.
And good afternoon, everybody. Happy Monday, and welcome to this edition of the Prophecy News Podcast. Today, America and the world are right now getting ready for another life-changing, mind-blowing end times paradigm shift. Christian, the headlines are not your friend today, and we now find ourselves again in the unenviable position of being on the verge of another life-changing event similar to the way that it was back in the early days of 2020. You weren't 100% sure where things were taking you, but you were getting there at lightning speed. Do you hear that sound? Tick-tock goes the end times clock. Job chapter 7 verse 1. Is there not an appointed time to man upon earth? Are not his days also like the days of a hireling? We as a nation here in America are focused on grandeur, image, and spectacle. just as the Roman Empire was in the last.
This is the Xbox Ally. This is the Xbox Ally X's little brother. Let's look at it like that. The way I like to think of it is this is like a Series S versus the Series X. Even the color is the same. Inside here we get the device itself, we get a charger, and then we also get this, which is just a cardboard standoff so that you can sit your device in, but you only get one of them. But I am kind of thankful that they gave you a little stand, because obviously this thing has controller horns, it can't stand by itself, so it is quite nice that they let you prop it up with something inside the box. Now what isn't in the box is a case. And that brings us nicely to today's sponsor. This video is sponsored by TomTok, and this is the TomTok G47 case, which they assured me would fit the ROG Xbox Ally perfectly. And well, let's take a look, shall we? This is the case. It is a rather large case, but that's great because not only can you fit the Xbox Ally or the Xbox Ally X inside here, you can also fit other stuff such as this Duchess remake. You can fit so much stuff in here, and it actually has a hard shell like piece, so it completely protects the thumbsticks. You've got a massive bit of protection behind the actual device itself. We've got this big old bit of foam just there, so it's protecting it well, whilst letting you put your charger in there, controllers, any other accessories as well, which is very, very cool. You get a big strap as well, so that you can have this as a shoulder carry, or you can actually just carry it from the back just there as well. But yeah, it's a really nice quality case just here. TomTok make really good stuff. We've been big fans of theirs for a long, long time now, because their stuff is just quality and it will protect your device. So for those of you that don't know the specifications of this device, let me run it through with you. This has an AMD APU and it is utilizing the Z2A. And as far as I'm aware, this is the only device that's actually utilizing the Z2A as of now, recording this video. So it's a 60 watt hour battery. It's got 16 gigabytes of 6400 mega transfer RAM. We've got a 512 gigabyte SSD, but it does actually support 2280. So if you want to crack it open, swap it out for a 1, a 2, a 4 terabyte drive, well then you can do so. It's got two USB 3.2s on the top. It's got Wi-Fi 6E and the same 1080p screen as found in the ROG Ally, the ROG Ally X, and the ROG Xbox Ally X as well. All four of these devices have the same screen, and that is a 1080p 16:9 7-inch 500 nit IPS screen with 120 Hz VRR and low frame rate compensation. Now, I've already covered how Xbox full screen experience works, as well as the new Armory crate in depth in my Xbox Ally X video that came out yesterday. So I highly recommend you go and watch that, so I don't have to repeat myself for like 20 minutes in this video, but we'll still do a quick rundown, right? Here is what you'll see when you log in. It's got a fingerprint reader on the top, and bam, I am straight in like that. It's going to take us to the Xbox app, where we're on the home screen just here, but I can navigate around with the D-pad or the joystick just here. I can go down to the Game Pass section, which shows me everything new about Game Pass and all that good stuff. Or I've got the library section, so this shows me everything that's installed. It does have aggregated library now, so if I had stuff installed from, let's say, Steam or Epic Games or anything else, then it would show here as well, and that could be shown by my apps just there, so you've got them all here as well, which is very, very cool. If you want to quickly access your library, you've got a dedicated button, so you press that, and it will take you straight to your library setting just there. And on the top left, you've got that Xbox button, which brings up the game bar so that you can launch games through here. You can launch other services just there, which is pretty cool. If I press the top leftmost button just up here, not the Xbox button, that's going to bring up Command Center, which lets me change the power of the device, the control mode. It lets me bring up FPS monitors and loads of other stuff. I go into detail about all this and how to customize it in my Xbox Ally X video. Go and check that one out. I just wanted to show you that you can enter this by pressing that button. Now, as I said in the other video, yes, you can access Game Bar here straight to Command Center with one button, but equally, I can press the Xbox button once and it also activates Game Bar. And you're probably thinking, well, why do we need two buttons to get to Game Bar? And there's actually a really good reason for that, and I'm so glad that whoever protested to make the cut actually got past that gate, right? Because I really like it. Because what this means is if you're in a game and you really quickly want to just access a setting to change the TDP or something, instead of having to go up to the game bar and then make another unnecessary movement across in whatever direction, I can just press the command center button and it will immediately load up, and I can then launch Armory Crate there if I wanted to, which will then bring up the whole Armory Crate app. Very rarely will you need to actually open up the dedicated Armory Crate, but it is there if you want to see it. An Armory Crate,
not getting a signal. I'll just pick it up on the switch. I don't feel like dealing with this. I'm done. I'm gonna get this uploaded and I'm going to bed. Watch